Morning, good morning. New 15's opening here in a second. Watching to see if we can build acceptance here now that we've entered back inside balance. Retesting our gap. Seeing if we can flag it out here. We identified the bid at 250, identified the offer at 276, and then found our breakout into 290s. First target is, of course, our balanced mid here into our top of range. As we approach 305, over that, acceptance should look like a move up into 330, 350. But until then, expect sell side to be sitting up into this upper area as we try to build out this flag. We expect sellers to be sitting here because that's where they were last time, right? Now it's just a battle of, can we get over our mid, or is this going to continue to hold as resistance? Very clear auction, high and low. You have a lower auction and you have an upper auction, right? This is your upper auction. This is your lower auction. So we know where we need to go for us to enter back in, right? We need to see a very clear look and hold over for then a rotation through this. Or we expect this to be our lower rotation and it needing to oscillate around here. So really just keeping an eye on if we can breach and hold, or if this is going to be the same thing as our last attempt, with this being resistance.
So Financial Times, citing the Pentagon, say that China is rapidly expanding their nuclear forces. China has increased its arsenal of operational nuclear warheads to 600 from 500 in just a year. As the People's Liberation Army continues to rapidly expand its forces, according to U.S. defense sources, again cited by the Financial Times.
What's up, Darian? For ES enjoyers, need to show support over 131. That is our 15-minute VWAP. 30 is our 15-minute VWAP. Sorry, 300 is our 15-minute VWAP on NQ. So we've reverted back up to our 15-minute VWAPs as resistance, and we're waiting to see if we can find acceptance above or not. Again, these are just we're trying to flag and make higher lows, right? Higher low, higher low. We're trying to flag here. We understand that the offer is sitting above, and we need to see acceptance over for a rotation of the upper auction. Again, for ES, we want to see a very clear bid over this 3031 area for that rotation up. We have a seller kind of situated at this 3435 above on ES. For NQ, It's just really important that we find acceptance over this 300. That is our 30-second opening range high. It is also our 15-minute VWAP as resistance. So just a waiting game until we can break out of that, where this is our first PT. And if we can show acceptance over, then we should be able to rotate up another 30 points pretty easily. Until then, this is where the offer is sitting. Attempting to build acceptance over our 300. So far holding. Looking promising. Seeing the same acceptance on ES over our 131. Just need to see if we can build this out for the rotation up. Still solid, really trying to hold us down, but this acceptance and look over is the best we can expect as of right now. Slow and steady. Higher lows. Just need to see if these guys get stuffed buy sidewise up here, and then we rotate back down through, or if we can maintain above. Again, it's just a battle to get back up into that upper auction like I have on stream. All this is.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, see the release of the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories forecast is a draw of 1.7 million on the prior draw of 1.425 million, range of a draw of 1 million to a draw of 2 million expected. Keep in mind in the crude space, the API private inventory numbers last night showed a deeper than expected draw of 4.7 million. We also see the release of the gasoline inventories, forecast a build of 2 million on the prior build of 5.086 million. Distillate inventories, forecast a build of 1.1 million on the prior build of 3.235 million. And crude Cushing inventories, prior read was a draw of 1.298 million.
What a slow start to the day.
So in 5 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, see the release of the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories forecast is a draw of 1.7 million on the prior draw of 1.425 million. API crude last night came in a draw of 4.7 million. Gasoline inventories forecast a build of 2 million on the prior build of 5.086 million. Distillate inventories forecast a build of 1.1 million on the prior build of 3.235 million. And crude Cushing inventories, the prior was a draw of 1.298 million.
Need to show a very clear look back over 300s here, or this is where the offer is going to be sitting if they're trying to move down. Bounced the mid of our opening range so far, but again, like if 300 goes resistance, we might be looking at one more leg down back to 70, 75 if we're going to fully retrace this opening range. So kind of watching for one of two scenarios again. It's retesting here and then rotation down through, or it's a push back above, acceptance, and rotation up. This is just our 30-second opening range here. We've got to figure out if we can get outside of this lower auction for a rotation to the upper auction, or if this needs to come down first as a reversion, right, to our VWAP before we can go. Looking for acceptance now. Testing, 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 you know. Can we get back in? 'And by the way, ES is holding just fine during this move. NQ is just a bit more volatile.
One minute remaining. I'll lead with the EIA crude oil inventories.
1 minute left on this candle, as well as crude inventories coming out at the top of this candle. Do.
10 seconds. draw of 0.934 million, a draw of 0.934 million, higher than the expected draw of 1.7 million. Gasoline inventory is a build of 2.23. Gasoline inventory is a build of 2.348 million, a build of 2.348 million, higher than the expected build of 2 million. Distillates a draw 3.18 million, a draw of 3.18 million, deeper than the expected build of 1.1 million. Crude Cushing inventories a build of 0.108 million, a build of 0.108 million.
I have one runner left here. I've taken off two into our high. Just looking for that 330 if we can get it. But risking off always into these wick highs, understanding that our seller's sitting there. Just need to show a willingness to get over here and actually be able to hold. Not a very strong secondary bid stepping in as of yet. Again, the way that we're holding in this area, let me put this up on stream, is we've got this 30-second opening range, which is this area, and this is our RTH VWAP, this purple line. So the way that I see it is that buy side is sitting either here, secondary buyers, at the top at our 30-second opening range high, or they're here at our mid, right? This is where I'm looking for pullbacks. So on acceptance, I'm looking for bids and then rotations up into this high with our secondary target up here. And if we start to fail below this mid, right, I have to stop out because I understand that we're going to rotate back down to our VWAP. So as long as this is maintaining, I still am like objectively looking for 230. So I'm willing to kind of have risk on this in this area, understanding that 90 is where we want to see buyers hold, and then we want to see strong secondary buyers at this 300 for that rotation up. But I understand that our seller is currently sitting here, so I'm taking off some risk as we approach this every attempt, and then looking to hold the runner for a secondary target. But again, like if we start to see a very strong seller sit at our 300s from a look above and then a look below, I need to understand that our rotation is going to come back down to the 75 area. So that's just kind of how I'm approaching this and just treating it as a range, right? And if we're treating it as a range, then I know where to put risk on and where to take risk off. So that's just, I'm scalping a box right now, looking for expansion on a secondary move. If it doesn't happen, then I've already taken off most of my risk. I have an clear understanding of where my invalidation is and where we're headed if that does invalidate for a steeper pullback. Hopefully that makes sense. ES is doing this move way more easily than our NQ chart. We have done the breakout and we're pushing, and it is on its way. This is like the first day in a while where we've seen the ES move actually be a much smoother and easier breakout than NQ. It's much more worthwhile playing ES as of right now. Got our hold of our 3132 area, and we've just been doing the breakout. NQ is very, very stuck, right? There's not much we can really say. It's more of a scalp on NQ, whereas ES was able to do the full break pretty efficiently. There isn't a ton up here on NQ on ES, sadly. As we approach ADR, this is kind of target, but it is still holding a very clear uptrend and pushing up into that ADR target. So there's nothing to really worry about if you are in the ES trade off of the hold of our 3132. So sorry, I'm not really paying a ton of attention to that. We've already talked about it. So now it's just a matter of can we hold and can we continue to build out these higher lows, which looks pretty promising on ES. Again, ES is doing a much more efficient breakout compared to NQ. We've got a very clear hold of our previous day value, and we've gotten a very clear hold over our 15-minute VWAP for this rotation up, which is giving me hope on NQ that we'll get the same thing, but it just hasn't happened yet, right? You just have to have a bit more patience while it chops around. But we are heading now into our ES target, and that would be here. If we can start to build above ADR, right, we'll be looking for that look back over 147.50, 147 area, just our ETH high. If we can build above ETH high, right, we're headed back up to this 153, 154 area. Again, very strong trend on ES, NQ, trapped in a box. It is what it is. Hopefully NQ will get that same move, you know? That's what we're waiting on. Follow through. Until then, you've got a box, a very clear box on NQ where ES is able to just kind of go up. Yeah, I know. Feels bad. Pushing to our target now. Let's see if what we do as we rotate up into this 230. So far, patience is paying. I mean, it's definitely worth, but it's just a matter of what your patience is. I mean, if you're playing off the 250, it feels really good. But if you're playing off of the breakout of 300s, I can understand that feeling pretty bad. But like, look at ES structure here. If you're actually just being like honest with yourself. Do we see how ES just gapped up and is now holding above highs, and we're now testing ADR? Like, this just looks like a pretty solid breakout to me with our low holding. And then now a look above. Looks pretty good on the 1 hour. Tagged out of my runner there into 230 target. See if we can get some continuation, or if this is going to stop here. There's the move that we were looking for. We see how we were able to hold our 30-second opening range high on that push, and now we've put now we're into this liquidity here. And see how we can just play off of this buyer and then use this mid and then this opening range high as our rotational breakout. Oh. That's why it's so hard to like limit your risk, where it's like, is 10 points of risk too much for you for a potential 30%, 30-point upside? You kind of just have to like understand like, what does it make sense or not to try these areas. And if like we have an upper target that's, you know, it's a 3-to-1 risk to reward, like it's pretty solid. Then it's just about making sure that you're not over leveraging so that you can stay in these positions unemotionally, right? Should be able to get the full rotation. I'd expect a retest of this area first to make sure that the seller's gone, but it could potentially just go straight up to that 56 area. Unsure as of yet, but again, I'm flat into target. I'll look to see if we can get a secondary move where we now hold this area as supportive. Looking for this to be our buy side reaction on any sort of pullback. This 18 to 30. I'm going to delete this now that it's played, and I'll just leave this pathing just in case we do break back down. Yeah, right. Well, so again, I'm gonna. Mark says so now it can go to 330, right? So if we see that like ES is doing its breakout and Russell's doing its breakout and everything is holding where it needs to and everything else is running, then it's more of just a patience game on NQ itself, right? We know that these other names are pushing, and so like as soon as that friction leaves NQ, we should be able to get the same or similar move on NQ that we're seeing on ES, right? We just need to get through that seller. So as soon as we show interest through the seller, then it's like, okay, now we have a chance to actually run because that guy is no longer there, and now we're shifting value up. So to me, that's like okay, if you can be patient through the chop and we can get through the seller who's clearly offloading here, then we should be able to get a very similar move up that we're seeing on ES, right? So like if nothing is invalidating about our low, then we should be able to patiently wait for the high. It's just taking a bit longer because there's more volume that needs to be there is a seller that needs to conduct business first before we can go higher. But as soon as they're done, then we rotate up. And again, 350 is target if we're able to hold 330 here. It was a nice retest as of right now. Previous day value high is at 349. And that's also just our top of range here, our top of balance. As we approach into this, we should expect sell side to be sitting here. We can see that there was a lower high on this retest from our top of balance, and then we offered and then rotated down. So as we approach in here, you just want to be respectful that this is also where we saw that selling occur last time. So I'm just going to mark this just so that we have it as a cool, an easy visual cue, and then we'll see how we react into this area. But you can see a pretty solid retest of our buy side liquidity into that 30s, and then rotation up into next target, giving you another opportunity to get in if you did exit on your runners. Right, like price is now just being reactive now that we've broken through the seller. And now we've done a full rotation of our upper auction after being able to finally get back in. And again, we're going for that ETH high on ES. So we were able to pretty easily get through our ADR, and now we're taking out the overnight high. If we can start to build over our overnight high, it's a incredible sign that we want to do expansion up to our 154. So I don't know how much this is going to need to flag here, but if we can now hold ADR as supportive, either just like a very quick look above or a flagging pattern back into our ADR, either one of these is a really solid for us to come up to that 154 area on ES. So just watching to see how we interact here now that we've taken out the high. But the ES is in pretty strong trend.
So US crude futures rising by more than $1 a barrel to session highs after the EIA data shows a draw in US crude stocks.
Great job, Cass. See you tomorrow. You're doing it right. In and out. Flex. Flagging on ES looks good. Same thing on NQ, flagging. Just looking to see if we can hold these areas for this continuation higher. You can see that we're holding our bid where it needs to at this 18 to 30. We're looking to see if we can break this downtrend now that we've hit our resistance target at our 50 to 56. Now it's just about seeing if, again, we can find this buyer here, if they're willing to hold, and if we can break downtrend for these flags to occur on both ES and NQ for our tests back up into our high of range. Something to keep an eye on for a potential breakout of these downtrends is how are we reacting into our previous 15, right? We need to see a very clear look above our previous 15-minute POC and get over this and show a secondary buyer for that breakout for the rotations up. Until we see that, think of our offer sitting at that previous 15-minute POC. If you're using our indicators, it's just where the halfway back box is, the gray box here. Got to show that as supportive first. It seriously looks like it's 7 p.m. outside. It's so cloudy. The sun is MIA. We might need to wait for Russell to find a low before we actually get a real breakout. I can see this kind of just chopping until then, with ES and NQ both flirting with breakouts, but never really actually doing it until Russell finds this low. Bit of divergence between RTY, ES, and NQ. Hmm.
It's reports now that the Supreme Court will hear TikTok's challenge to the US ban. after the TikTok ban in the US is slated to take effect on January 19th.
The old TikTok ban news cycle. Hmm. Again, I don't expect a breakout on NQ or ES until Russell finds the slow. It's a very easy way for you to just not pull the trigger buying the top. So until we see Russell find the slow, I just don't initiate. It's really that simple. You don't have to, attempt to find the breakout point for this flagging pattern on ES and NQ. It just doesn't exist until we have a market in sync. You know, it's really one of those things where it's like just put it on your checklist for when you're taking a trade. When we see some divergence like this, maybe you missed the move, but you know what? You didn't miss the breakout, right? Like you're just all these false breakouts. You're just taking hits for no reason. So it's better to just have a very clear A plus setup rather than attempting for a few points. You have the same risk on both sides, right? It's basically a 1-to-1 trade right now, trying to play this breakout. Same risk on either side. So to me, it's just not worth. You see what I mean by it being like a 1-to-1? Like there's not a ton of upside, even if we did break out from here, just back up into the 50s. Whereas this flag could do one more leg down for all we know, back to POC. So it's just like, not worth. Wait for the market to show that it actually wants it and has interest. how would you draw a B profile or a double distribution likes? So you can, the way that I look at double distributions is you're basically just taking the first two profiles in that image that you just posted, and you're separating them into two value areas. So let's say I'll post it on stream. This is the image you just posted, right? So you would separate your upper auction and your lower auction into two distributions, understanding that the zone in between, the LVN in between your two profiles, right? So we have a double distribution. You have an auction above and you have an auction below. This is your auction pivot, and then you're just separating it into two D profiles, right? With these being your value areas, and then this being your no man's land of us trying to kind of breach back into either. And then it's just playing either acceptance back in for rotations or acceptance back in for rotations. And then I just don't touch this middle area unless you're like very clear that what you're looking for. The way that, okay, let me reword this. What we're looking for in the LVN is for someone to be off sides, right? We're looking for excess to form either below our value from our upper distribution and then the re-entry back in. That's what you play. You get me? So yes, you play the LVN, but what you're looking for in the LVN is for someone to get off sides and then the re-entry back into our upper distribution for the secondary buyer. That's what gives you your actual move and rotation through that upper distribution. So like, yes, the LVN is incredibly important, but this is that area. It's a neutral area where we're looking for sellers to get off sides for upside, and we're looking for buyers to get off sides for downsides, right? So like if we enter back in here from a rotation higher back into our lower distribution, we're looking for these buyers to be off sides, and then we're looking for a strong re-offer for the rotation through the range, right? So like this neutral area becomes your catalyst to see if someone goes off sides in either direction for the rotation through our upper or lower auction. Yep. So like we're seeing that happen right now. You are correct. We're watching now to see if this 300, 306 goes offer. And we already have the pathing for it if we do, right? Because we've now done the full rotation of our upper auction. We've seen a failure from buyers to hold the middle of our auction, middle of our upper auction, and it's now become our resistance, right? On a retest back in, sell side was sitting here. And now we're rotating down. So now we're looking to see if sellers get off sides here, or if the offer is able to lower again, just like it did here into 30s. Can it now lower here into our 305, 300? If it can, then we should expect a rotation back through this range back down here. If it fails, what are we looking for? Well, we're looking for this seller who is now attempting at this 300, 305 to go off sides, and for the ability to then see secondary buyers step in, bidding and holding these sellers off sides for then a rotation back up to where value was found last at this 30. So it's just a matter of, are we now rotating through this auction? And so far it looks like, yeah, we are, right? We're holding where buyers were previously as now sell side. And keep an eye on this 30, 35 area on NQ. Or on ES, sorry. This 33 is your VWAP on the day. And for NQ, this 75 area is your 30-second opening range low. We're looking for 90s to try to shift down for sellers as offer. But this is where we're expecting a bit of a buy side reaction, right? This is our low now where we saw buy side. show interest before. So as we approach down into this, we're looking to see if buyers are here again. So far, they are. And if sell side is serious about really trying to shove this thing down, we expect them to be here into this 90. Right? So it's just taking back control of levels where buyers were previously. We're seeing that push down. We're seeing this push down. We're now watching to see our reaction here. So far, sellers are holding, and then we'll see if there's another low that gets put in, or if these guys get off sides, and then we rotate back up to retest this. Russell was unable to find that low, so there was no reason to initiate longs for the break for the flag because we saw this weakness, right? Again, just having that extra variable was going to give you a lot more confidence in your trading because you're going to take setups that actually make sense and not trading based off of hopes and prayers. We don't have the catalyst. There is no reason to try for expansion. And we should expect some buy side here. Again, like this is, it only makes sense as we come down into this low. This is our POC area where we saw a lot of buying happen, and it's the low of our range. It's also our VWAP in previous day value area high on ES, right? So like there's some big reasons why this area makes sense for buy side to be here. It's just now a matter of, is it going to be a bit of relief from sellers, right? Or is it going to be a break of this downtrend that we're seeing, right? All of the selling pressure. So can we get back over our VWAP and our previous day value, or is this just going to be a bit of relief before another leg down on NQ and ES? We don't have the answer to that yet. All we know is to where to expect some relief to occur. But like very strong selling, right? Now it's just a matter of being patient here, waiting for someone to get off sides, and then re-enter our zones of interest. There's been some very clear re-offers from this downtrend, right? This is just our original entry for bids at this morning when I got on into our 250. Right, so just a full rotation back down to our balance low after testing our balance high. There is no way to interact with the footprint data on TradingView with indicators. So at this point, what are you looking for when we are at a balance low for footprint to confirm that buyers are there? Well, we're looking for someone to get offsides. So right now, this is what we see on footprint. Let me zoom out so we can see the same thing. This is what my footprint chart looks like. We're seeing someone get a little bit absorbed here. We know that there's a selling tail here that we care about. This is kind of our distribution on the day, right? We know that there's been a lot of sellers trying in this 40 to 50 area, and they've been so far absorbed in this area. So what we need to see is, as we are pushing down into here, is this same absorption going to occur? And are they going to be offsides again? And then do we see a secondary buyer step in above these guys once we've seen that sellers are still getting absorbed to break this downtrend for another rotation through this range? What we don't want to see occur is these sellers that have been absorbed so far into this 40 to 50 show interest below that and then hold this as resistance, right? Hold that offer lower, because that leads to expansion downward. Right? So now all we're looking for is we're back down into this this tested low. Is, can someone get offsides, and can we see that right side of the V occur? If we can't, we should expect acceleration below this 40 to 50 if it starts to hold and show acceptance. And then it's just a rotation down to like 220, 230. So it's just about waiting now into our low of balance to see if someone gets offsides or not, and if we can enter back inside balance or not. Like, we know someone is here. We objectively know that there's a buyer here. We just need to know how much of a buying move the potential is, right? Like, it's hard to, like, there's a known participant here who has been attempting. We know that. Where are you able to play that up to is probably just the 70-76 again until we see it recovered. So it's just a scalp as of right now, because we expect relief. Even if this sell side move is going to continue, shorts should still be covering into our low, because they've just traded this entire value area. So if they're entering shorts up into this high, this is where shorts are exiting at least half of their position, because we understand that this is where buyer value is in our current auction. So we expect some relief to occur as shorts close, and then we watch to see where our seller is sitting above. If they're still willing to hold this area, we should then expect a secondary leg once we start to see acceptance below value low, right? Our balance low here. This then leads to another leg of acceleration. If buyers are able to maintain here, and then we're able to see that absorption, which we are so far, a little bit, not much, but we're seeing a bit so far. We're looking for the same setup that we took this morning, which is the hold of 50s, the rotation back over this seller here, and a look above, and then the ability to show that willingness to trade back through this range. We saw the exact same thing occur in our open. We're now attempting it again. So if this is going to fail, we're looking for sellers to get offside, or for buyers to get offsides here, and then a re-entry and a rotation back down. And then this leads to a new buyer being offsides, and then we look for a new seller to initiate below value for this expansion downwards. So this is your first risk off if you are playing off the 50s. Yeah, and now you just leave a runner, and we look to see if there's going to be a secondary move. And this is where, again, you want to be really paying attention to your footprint to see if buyers get offsides here and absorbed. If they do, we're looking for that offer to step back below from this look above, and then we rotate back down to our lows, breaking these ideally. If buy side is going to be able to hold, and this buyer is still present here, we're watching for a look up, and then a retest of this area is supportive, and then a rotation higher. Just like we did earlier, right? This is the exact same rotation. All right, I got to stop talking so that I can actually trade this. Missing too many opportunities. But I hope this is clear. We're just trading in between balance. And guess what happened into that low, guys? What happened on Russell? Do we have a market in sync again? Yeah, right? So like as soon as we're actually back to levels that matter and we start to see that get put in, we have the variable that we needed for the long, right? So there's no reason to be testing any of these until we see this guy get absorbed into an area of interest. We see that Russell reversal into our low of our rotation, and we're playing it right back up into our balance low and then rotation back through. So like as long as you're being patient, you're waiting for your checklist, right? You're waiting to check off all the variables that you need for a trade to actually make sense and play. You will have the opportunity, the setup, and the execution. Sucks that I missed this move because I was talking, but hopefully some of you guys were able to play it because I was showing it live. If you guys, I timestamped this area because I just did a full live walkthrough for you of what we thought was going to happen, right? Like this is definitely one of those parts of the VOD that you should rewatch because I think it is like textbook example of patience waiting for exactly what we want to happen, and then it occurring. With a full walkthrough of what we're looking for on footprint, price action, and all of the variables needed for a reversal to actually occur. So definitely a period to review. And do you see what I mean? What happened here? What happened on the push above? What is this? Is this acceptance back above? And then a rotation through our range? Yeah. What you want to see. Again, you don't have to catch the bottom, but the bottom was viable, right? But we can play the secondary bid because we know what we're expecting to happen, and that's the first step. You have to understand why price is going to be able to reverse. So once we found an area of interest of where we expect price to be able to be found, right, relief to be found, it's then understanding why this bid here makes sense because we have someone who's offsides and now we have secondary participants who are willing to initiate and rotate back through. If this seller was strong, right, and we were going to push below this level, we would have expected a very significant offer to occur here. And then we rotate down and then we continue further lower. But because we didn't see that, we understand that we are just trading within this structure, in this auction, between our balance high and our balance low. Yeah, exactly. Rebid and push. Later, Vark. Great job. So again, where does it make sense that we're finding some selling pressure here? If we're looking at these selling deltas that occurred earlier, we're looking at our footprint here. Does it make sense that these are the areas where price was able to find a low and so far a high? We see this is where they were absorbed last time, and we should expect the same into this low. And we see that this is where our most recent seller is sitting into this 20 to 30. So we have a very clear risk range for our trade of where we're looking for profit and where we're looking for buyers. And now it's just a matter of, can we build here again and get back above this for this rotation back up into our highs? Or is this going to act as our resistance and we're going to need to pull back down into this like 80, 85 area before we can go higher? Yo, congrats, Danny. Glad I could help. Let me make sure this is copying over to the other chart. Yeah, it is. That's so cool. So glad they added this. Well, everything that I'm adding now should be updating on R3 pane. Now when we go and look at our 3 pane, our same drawings are there. Beautiful. Love that. Being able to sync across different layouts is such a good addition. Starting to see a bit of weakness on Russell. Just watching to see if we're going to need to do a full rotation before this can actually break out. Another one of these. Or if NQ is able to kind of just stabilize here. Same with ES. While RTY tries to find a higher low. Gonna actually put a VWAP on this low just to see where this bounce point would be. Yeah, so if we're not going to do the full rotation, I'd be expecting buyers to be found here. And then we look for a high. So keeping an eye on this area for Russell to find a bid. If not, then we're going to be looking for this to kind of rotate back down before NQ and ES can get out of these boxes. Again, before this is our auction pivot, right? So need to see pretty clear acceptance back above this, or this is where we expect our seller to be sitting short term. We're looking for bids to be able to now kind of maintain this 290, 300 area. Let's just see if this can hold, and then we can pop up higher. That'd be kind of my guess if we were going to hold this upper auction. Again, this is the same thing that happened the last time we were here. It's just trying to battle with this edge into our 320, 330. Waiting for Russell to figure out if it can find this low so that the market can move together again. We know where price wants to go, right? We know that this POC is here from the sell side candle. So we should be able to at least kind of like flirt with that 25-30 area on this move up, even if the breakout is going to fail. I would think. But understand that like this is resistance for right now until we can see pretty clear acceptance back over that POC, and then we can rotate higher. Need to show that this seller is no longer interested here, or we expect just chop to occur until we can either go for a liquidity grab and then rotation back up and then a continuation higher, or just very clear acceptance above without the need for that liquidity. So kind of just a patience game here while we wait it out, seeing if we can hold. New 15s have now opened, and we are holding above POC of previous candle, but we're kind of stuck. Again, we're sandwiched between sell side POC and this buyer that's positioned here. So I'm going to be patiently waiting, just for either a look below and then a bid, or a very clear look above and bid, and then I'll just play this upper rotation. I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back. I'm losing my voice already from much fun. Been yapping this morning. All right. Looks like we got our look down off of our failure there as we approached to that 25. Again, just that POC from our sell side candle. Expecting our offer to be sitting there. Now it's just watching for this pullback to see if we get that bid to step in once we get some new liquidity. Mm. Painting the floors? Why are they painting the floors? Weird. What's up, club?
Canadian dollar weakened 0.2% to touch a 5-year low at around 1.4334 per US dollar. So again, I'd say a 5-year low on the Canadian dollar to the US dollar.
I am not convinced this breaks out as of yet. It's a really nice bid off of 306 with that news, but Russell kind of in the middle of nowhere. Offer holding. Just kind of keeping an eye on how we interact into our 24 to 30 area above us. I'd like to see a very clear look above that for actual breakout. Until then, it just looks like a range play here between our 20 and 300 level on NQ. Again, I'm kind of expecting the full rotation need to occur on Russell as of right now. We're not seeing any strength on the bid. Pretty weak offer holding below. Just looks like downtrend to me on Russell. ES holding where it needs to. A very clear look over 43s should initiate a rotation back up to 47, I think, on ES. But testing into that resistance right now. Very clear offer into 43. Yeah, I don't think NQ has breakout potential yet. Maybe if ES can get this move over this 43 and this guy at 44 steps off. You have some decent size up here, right? I mean, there's been like almost 2,500, no, almost 3,000 contracts transacted in this 43 to 44 area on ES so far. So like it's definitely a area of interest. And if we can start to build above 43s, it's a very good sign that ES is going to lead the break to the upside. But it does look like ES is going to be leading this rotation again, just like last attempt when we were here. NQ kind of like stagnated in this zone while ES was able to do expand. Mm-mm. I'm debating if I do a full session today or not. Hmm. I really want to get out of the habit of doing full sessions because I think like you have to understand where opportunities are and then be willing to leave. And I think if I stay, a lot of you then try to trade the entire day regardless, which is just not great. A bad habit. You're not prepared to patiently wait multiple hours without taking anything. Again, another just full rotation here on NQ off of a failure. We're now keeping an eye on Russell. Notice what's happened. We've done the full rotation back down to our lows. So this is now where an opportunity could potentially present ourselves for a real break on NQ if we can find that low with Russell. We expected our seller to be sitting here at this 24 to 30 on NQ. It did, right? It occurred. We did not get the break. So there was no reason to be looking for the break because Russell did not find a bottom. So now it's about seeing if we can find that same area of interest here again as we're pushing into our lows. If Russell can also find this low in this area, that'd be ideal for that rotation to occur. Finding this liquidity here into our 300, 305 on NQ. Just keeping an eye on it. Forty seconds until new 15-minute candles. New 15s opening now. Watching our edge into 300s, looking for a very quick look in and then a bid back over 305 if it's going to happen. Invalidation under 290 for me. Need to find acceptance back over 306. Offer sitting here. Good dip into 300s. Now looking for that bid to step up or a failure here. It is in the seller's ballpark right now, right? We need to see acceptance back above. Looking for a dip into 300s, acceptance back above, and then rotations. If sell side is able to hold here, we're looking for clear validation under 290 for continuation down. If you don't want to play this area, you can just wait for the recovery of 330s for upside. I'm out one here. Now looking for bids to be able to maintain like this 305, 306 for our rotation up. At one more, one left. Runner at 299. Russell's still not finding this low. Sad. This trade is already profitable, but it is just not ready yet on the bid over 305. Still in my runner. Haven't been stopped. Just got stopped there. We'll see if I can get back in. Just waiting for Russell to find this low for actual like initiation. If offer is able to now hold below, then there might not be anything viable here. If sellers are going to win this out, unsure as of yet. I don't think that there's anything wrong playing this 300 still. I just wanted to keep that trade break even. I'm really looking for this 306, 308 area to maintain bid if we're going to actually get the push here. Targeting a look into 20s for take profit off of the 306, 308 hold. Come on, Russell. Figure it out. People still rob banks. That's crazy. Offer really needs to show its hand here into 305, 300. We're going to go down. Looking for a rotation to 290s if it's going to hold. And then at acceptance below. Need to see a very clear lift from buyers, or this area just gets so muddy. Russell still holding where it needs to. There's no shift here. Again, it's just a waiting game. Waiting for this Russell to break down trend. Looking for that look back above 306 for the bid. We need to see offside sellers. We can see how hard they're attempting here. We are looking to see if they're able to hold this, and this offer is able to stick from this POC. We can see that POC at 306. We can see how important this area is. Can sellers now hold this as resistance, or can we look back above and show them offsides in this low, right? Again, under 290s, we start to see that weakness step in. Until then, this is where we're looking for sellers to get caught offsides, and then we're looking to play with those the offside sellers, and then a secondary bid above. We're looking for the Russell to be able to find a low here. If this occurs, we trap. If this can't occur and we can't get back above and bid, then there's no trap, and it's just lower highs and lower lows, right? Just patience, 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 patience. be a better visualization. About 1 here as we push into 20s again, into our top of range. Again, expansion occurs over our 30s. Until then, this is where our offer is sitting. We were able to trap sellers into our low with Russell oscillating, and we were able to then see the bid really step in over 306. There's been no invalidation under 290, and so it's the exact same trade as the last time we were here, which is just this 290 to 300 is where we're looking for buyers to be able to absorb, and then a rotation up. I don't know if we get more. I don't have that knowledge. I cannot see the future. All I can see is where sellers are getting absorbed and where buyers are getting absorbed, and our rotations with Russell. Again, if 10 points of risk is too much for you, then you might need to just work on your size. I can't stress that enough. What's up, Sauce? It's been very good. It slowed down a bit in the last 30 minutes, of course, but the morning was really good. We're just looking to see how we interact here now. We've got some sellers who are offsides into the 95 300 area, and we have a seller sitting at this 320 330 area. So just looking to see if we can breach above and hold, or if we're just going to continue to rotate between these two zones. Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. I have one contract left as we are in this top of range. I do not know if this is going to be a pullback or if this is just going to rotate all the way back down. I don't have an understanding yet. All I know is that Russell's back into our offer, and there's a chance for us to rotate once more if we don't continue to see higher lows being put in here on this uptrend. We know that the offer is sitting here, so it's just a matter of if we're going to fully rotate or if it's going to be able to maintain a higher low for a continuation. We have taken off the appropriate amount of risk, and now it is just a waiting game. Yeah, I don't know if we get the breakout before FOMC. I really don't know. It could easily oscillate for the next 30 minutes until decision comes out. Watching our look into 290s here with Russell making a higher low. ES back down to our 37 edge. Watching see if buy side shows interactions here or if offer is able to hold below. We've got now a very clear level of reoffer where we're looking for sellers to be able to show a bit of strength
The US
with
Senate wants
POC.
votes to pass the $895 billion defense authorization bill.
Keep an eye on this area as we retest. We want to see POC hold as resistance if sellers are serious. If not, we expect them to be trapped and then rotate this garbage again. The downside look would be this 95 to 300 holding as resistance and then rotating and gaining momentum back down into 70, 75. If we're able to hold here, we're just going to be looking for buyers to absorb. I'll look back over 300, 306, and then the ability to rotate back up, trapping. That is all that is here. Again, Russell is at the top of its rotation. ES is starting to show a bit of weakness. This is their chance to really shove this thing down if they want to. Watch for reoffer here into our 295 300 or a look back above with buyers trapping sellers into the low. Yes. I think this action might be a bit too challenging for some people who aren't understanding balance trades, but if you understand like just the look, the secondary bids, I think that this is super tradable. It's just the willingness to invalidate and reverse your trade has to be very on point for execution. And a lot of people still struggle with that, which is totally understandable. But this is good for practicing. Back to POC of this candle and our 95 300. Watching to see how bids react here. Russell's still able to hold higher lows. No shift in that trend. ES holding R of 142 as resistance. Looks like it's just rotating back down to 137. Personally, I don't see anything here for me, unless we can look back over 300s, or I'll just look for the rotation back down to 70, 75. I won't initiate here either direction. Twenty minutes until top of hour, and more news. As we push down into 75s, this is your first target if you are playing the acceptance below 90s. There is 50 seconds left on this 15-minute candle. I am personally not participating in this downside action. I just expect it to be a little too volatile to actually get solid fills. So not worth the risk. I really have to stay for till 2:30. Ugh. Do I play ER? No. I do not do well in earnings. Earnings feels like a coin flip. I don't like coin flips. Once you have a understanding that on FOMC days we are in a balanced market, it is very easy to trade FOMC pre-statement, Cows. You trade enough FOMCs, you realize that like this price action can be your golden opportunity to make a shitload of money when you realize that no large positioning is going to be happening into FOMC, right? So we have a very clear auction, and then it's just playing our auction edges. If you have if you're going into it with the understanding that like price is going to be balanced, it makes trading it way easier. If you're looking for expansion pre-statement, you're going to have a really bad time because you're always going to be on the wrong side of the trade, right? So that's kind of the way that you have to see it, is that like this can be free money on days like today if you're going into it with the understanding that we're in a balanced market. Once you then find the balance, right? You find the area of interest and then you're trading around that area, things become so much simpler. But until then, right, like it feels super stressful because every breakout fails, every like larger look for expansion fails. But if you can really simplify the market down into, two very clear, distinct auctions that we're trading in between, and then you just trade those auctions and the reactions around them into our lows and our highs and in the mid, which is where we are right now, like things become so much more digestible. And then you just be patient anywhere that isn't the area that you care about, right? Like it's one of those things where you can go back on every FOMC day and like be like, oh yeah, there was a clear established auction that we just rotated around until JPOW stepped in and started talking. Pre release FOMC are some of my best days. Because once you find the pattern and you know what you're looking for, it's like the same trade over and over and over again. And I'm usually successful until I get bored, and then I just stop trading it until we see something new because I lose all interest. That's a personal problem with me though, just having like extreme ADHD. It's like either I'm hyper focused or I have zero focus. We're at the point in the day where I have zero focus. I'm just zero interest in this anymore. If something changes, we'll play it, but until then, like we know what's gonna happen. Yeah, and you'll get better and better at trading them the more you do. These kind of days are not for everyone. Like if you don't have a good understanding of how balanced markets interact, these are going to be, instead of your best days, your worst days. And like you shouldn't feel bad if you're struggling on a day like today, but it does mean that you have more work to do, right? It's just one of those things. But what's great is that it is very clear what you need to work on if you're struggling with a day like today. And balanced markets have so many setups that we've gone over in detail that you can now review. And again, like there was a very clear walkthrough of our reversal earlier today that I did that if you're struggling with balanced markets, I went over it in like incredible detail, the entire move. And you should go back and watch that until it makes sense to you. Yeah, VOD from today. Mm, probably like 11 to 11:30 would be my guess. Eastern, maybe 11:15 to 11:30. 5 minutes left on until top of hour. We are stuck. RTY flat, middle of range, holding highs. NQ holding our 290 again, but finding resistance at this 300. Just waiting to see if we can get back into our rotation or not. We're literally just oscillating our 30-second opening range. New 15s, 20 seconds. New hour, 20 seconds. Get me out of here. Ooh, Mario, I love that, Kels. Someone coming to class with an actual trade. Big. We'll be so happy. Do, do. Oh, I can just do it like this. I'm an idiot. Perfect. Keeping an eye on our reaction as we push back down into 300, seeing if a bid is able to maintain now that we've shown interest above. Yeah, you really just want to see like 98 to 300 holds, and then a look back over 306 here if we're going to flag and build. What I'm watching is their buy side liquidity. If it was going to bid, we'd want to see something like this. Just kind of keeping an eye on this area. So slow.
UK's PM Starmer and President-elect Trump agreed on their joint ambition to strengthen the close and historic relationship between the UK and the US. This is according to a Downing Street statement.
We have a minute left on this candle. Just going to be watching for this reaction as we push down into this 398 area. See if we are able to find bids onto the open of the new 15 and then look back over 306 for a potential break. Expecting some selling pressure as we push down into this close of 15 minute though. Just keep an eye on it. Mm, mm, mm. 5 seconds until new 15s. Looking to see if this bid can be found here and if we can get the look back over 306 or if offer is going to be able to hold on open of new candle. We have 3 stacked POCs from the last 30 minutes. Opening flat.
So shortly expecting the result of the Fed reverse repo operation.
Mm, mm, mm. Pretty tame so far into new 15s. Again, looking for the look back above for initiation, personally.
55 counterparties take $131.651 billion at the Fed's reverse repo operation.
It's the same area from yesterday, Sauce. Remember your our 250 from yesterday as the low, and then the need to recovery 290 for breakout for a rotation up to 330. It's the same thing. I don't actually remember. 5 minute. I don't remember how I pulled it yesterday. I do not remember. I think it was a mix between this being our offer here and then taking this initial move. I don't remember. The 56, yeah. That was from this, we saw like a pretty significant bid down here. And then we had this liquidity from 56 to 64. It's just kind of been holding. Oh, get me out of here. I will be right back.
So keep in mind we're now half an hour away from the top of the hour. We see the release of the US interest rate decision, where median expectations see a 25 basis point cut to 4.5%. With this particular meeting, we also get the rate statement, of course, as well as the summary of economic projections, which comes with the FOMC's median rate expectations for next year, the next 2 years, 3 years, and the long run as well.
If I remember correctly, Russell did performed way better after FOMC. I think the last two FOMCs, the trend's been very clear. So keep that in mind that if this break outside of our balance holds on Russell and we do see that uptrend continue, that it might be more beneficial to be playing RTY over NQ after JPOW starts talking for straight trend trading if we do get trend up. If I remember correctly, we got like at least 30% more of a move on Russell compared to NQ short term. I'm not saying that the same will happen, but Russell seems a bit more reactive off of FOMC statement, which makes a bit more sense with it being a bit more financial heavy than NQ, but still. If you're a trend trader, trade the thing that's going to have the stronger trend, you know? I don't expect a ton to happen until that decision comes out. Just kind of expect it to be choppy garbage. It's like we always say, why would Big Buddy be stepping in now rather than after volatility when they know that they're going to be able to get better value at our edges and then be able to actually build positions. It just doesn't make sense to be putting risk on for larger players. they're either already priced in and have their position on, or they'll be waiting until after the decision's made and they see how the market interacts, and then we get trend afterwards. Until then, it's just kind of a balance. Great job, Kolsky. Yeah, I mean, personally, I think the only thing that's viable right now is either this bid from 290 at our 30-second opening range mid, just playing it back up into this resistance into 300, 306, or the same thing that I said before, which is just you're looking for a very clear look from below and then rebid of this 300 for a look up into this offer at 306, which is what we saw on this new 15, which is why I added this new yellow box, right? Because we see a very clear shift in bid above. And the same thing happens on the shift below. This is becoming our auction pivot here for short-term scalps. But like the opportunity just isn't there until the statement comes out. Like you can scalp into this, no problem, right? But a lot of people aren't going to see the value in buying this move, even though it's 10 points. But that is what is being presented to us right now. I really want to like bigger picture. Nothing has changed in what's written on the screen, which is want to see buyers absorb sellers and look back above 306 for upside rotations. 290 invalidation, right? Nothing about that has changed. We're still seeing the absorption to our lows, but we're also just seeing a seller take in every lot above, right? We just haven't gotten a breakout, but we're just getting a rotation between our 290 30-second opening range mid and our balance mid at 306. It's just, these are our edges as of right now. And until we see one of these shift and really show as a resistance or a support, you expect more of the same, which is just a rotation between these two given points. And you can either be willing to put on risk at these edges or waiting for a larger break with a catalyst. No catalyst equals probably no reason to move out. And then you just have to be patient for FOMC statement for actual liquidity to step back in. So again, the scalping range right now is 290 buyer, 306 seller. Just to put it as simply as possible. As we get closer and closer to FOMC decision, you're going to see more and more liquidity be pulled off DOM. So unless you're willing to deal with that lack of a tight spread, you might want to wait. Because your risk, instead of going from 5 points with your stop, there's no way you get failed for 5 points as we go into FOMC. You're going to get like a 25-point stop just trying to get your order filled. As soon as all that liquidity is gone, it gets rough. Remember that time where I was long and I was up like 200 points on NQ during Tesla earnings and I got stopped out 50 points below my stop? Do you guys remember that? I'm sure there'll be some pretty solid trades though. Once JPOW starts speaking, we can play some easy trend. You know what we can do right now, while we're all just kind of patiently waiting, is when we're in trend, what we're going to be looking for is a very clear period of an up thrust or down thrust, depending on what happens with this move. And then we'll get a wick high, and then we're going to get a pullback, some chop, and then we're going to get a strong break. And then what we're going to be looking for is just a retest of wherever that last wick high was for our pullback, and then a continuation higher. And then this pattern over and over and over again. It's just a break of structure and retest of break of structure, and then continuation and strong trend on FOMC. That's always the pattern. So just keep that in mind, that if you're looking for like more grandiose pullbacks, it's always just going to come back to wherever that break of structure was and then continue onward. We don't really get like a pullback inside of a range and then like a continuation higher most of the times in strong trend. I'll of course point it out when we're there, but it's something to keep an eye out for. Yeah, of course. Yeah, the news candle halfway back is always good. The initial move to let you know general trend direction. So we have our choppy range that we're trading in. This is for today, right? Like this is our balance. We're going to get a news candle that probably retraces this entire area in one candle. Maybe we get the breakout. It doesn't matter. We don't care about this area anymore. This area is irrelevant for short term. We're going to take the entire news candle volatility off of the initial FOMC statement, and you can take a measured move and watch how we interact with the halfway back of this area. We usually are going to retrace to the halfway point off of the initial news volatility, and then we'll get an understanding of where we're headed. Either this is going to go resistance, and then we get trend continuation down, or it will be supportive, and then we'll look for rotation back up to the wick high. But there's almost always at least a 50% retrace of the initial news candle. I don't think I've ever seen it not occur. So when we're looking for initial positioning after FOMC rate is released, we'll be watching that halfway back area to get a general consensus of like which way we're going to go. Are we going to retrace the low of the candle or the high of the candle short term? Yeah, definitely more risky playing the initial reaction. Back down into our 30-second opening range low here into 75s. Twenty-six seconds until new 15 minutes. New 15s opening now. Mm-mm-mm. Offer is most likely sitting at this 80 to 84. Watching to see if that can flip. Back to our mid here into 90, 92. Expect this to be where your secondary seller is, if anywhere. Nice bid back over 84. I expect your next offer point to be right here. Into next PT here, watching to see if offer is able to hold in this little void we have here on footprint back into our value high of previous candle, the 97. Just keeping an eye on it. But very good bid off of our 8084 on the flip. Out one more here into our 300 edge. Feels good to be able to take a trade again. Jesus. So just to clarify, just with what we have drawn on screen, initiating into our 30-second opening range low, looking for a bid, adding size on a look above, and then the ability to hold at our 8084, taking profit into our zone, and risking off into our 30-second opening range high. Nicely done. I'm going to attempt to hold one runner, but I probably get stopped out on FOMC, just to be honest. We'll see what happens. I just have it at break even at 83, 84 really. Oh boy. I'm hopefully it stays me imagining dubs. I just have my hand on exit market and close. All liquidity is pulled away. Look at our Dom. Notice how Russell is already going for the move. Like it's just trending up off a breakout. And Q still trapped. RTY has been the better trade at the last few FOMCs, I feel like. And I always talk about it and I just ignore it. I should really put my stop below 75. I got filled at 255 there. Waiting to get back in. New spot's broken, by the way. Love that for us. It's not cool.
Officials seeing no cuts next year from the Fed. Policymakers see a 4.3% unemployment rate at the end of 2025 from 4.4% in the September projections. They see the end of 2025 PCE inflation at 2.5% from 2.1%, core seen at 2.5% from 2.2%, upward revisions to inflation there. Fed policymakers see 2.1% GDP growth in 2025 from 2% in September. Longer run growth at 1.8% unchanged, so an upward revision on near-term growth from Fed policymakers as well. So the Fed statement, little change from November meeting, however. Descriptions of the economy growing at a solid pace are identical. The Fed lowers the reverse repo rate by 30 basis points to 4.25% versus the 25 basis point cut made to the Fed funds rate. So the Fed note they're considering the extent and timing of additional rate adjustments. The Fed will assess incoming data, evolving outlook, and balance risks.
Okay.
Fed vote in favor of the cut was 11-1. Cleveland Fed President Hammack dissented, preferring to leave the policy rate unchanged at this meeting. So the FOMC, again, median forecast shows 50 basis points of rate cuts in 2025 to around 3.9%. FOMC median 2025 inflation forecast, again, 2.5% from 2.1%.
Need to get back over 250, 255 here, guys. I expect this area to be where the
more than 90% chance the Fed
battle
will
is.
hold the rates at the January meeting.
Offer holding our 50-55 so far. Russell back down to bottom of range, watching for this to find a low. Mm-mm-mm. I expect if this 50-55 holds, we have to take out our wick low on our news candle. So just keeping an eye on that. Decent amount of liquidity trying here at 230. Not bullish on price until over 270.
The US rate futures price in just 2 rate cuts for next year after the Fed eased by 25 basis points.
It's a very good first risk off for shorts. We've now held our halfway back of our initial candle, that 50-55 area, and I'm now taking out the low, watching to see if we get continuation or not. No low has been put in yet on RTY. Looking for a 140 as PT here for a downside move. That is your next take profit. Move stops down.
A dollar rising to the highest since November of 2022 following the decision and release of the SEP.
This is just where we're going to watch to see if buy side can hold this or not, and we rotate back up to 180. Or if offer is going to hold below ADR, and that's what we need. I think there is strong potential for this to be a low if Russell can hold this VPOC. Mm-mm-mm. Give it time. If you're still in a short, just move stops down, let the move play. We're waiting to see if we get a right side of V or not. Sell side is still in control. Don't be preemptive. No reaction at RVPOC on Russell. As long as that's continuing to fall, I'm not looking for anything long ways. Just doesn't make sense. Next area of liquidity on NQ for next target area is this 62.75. Or watch to see if the offer is now able to hold here on this 120, 130 area. This is where we're watching. Liquidity is starting to step back in on Dom. Watching our 120, 140 area. Just the yellow box above. Watching to see if offer can hold for one more leg down into 62.75. Or if we can flip and then start to see a right side of V on a recovery of our ADR. And build over like 140, 150. This buyer at 120 like has to show that he's serious, or it just does not look good for them. That's the best way I can word it. 50 seconds until new 15-minute candles. Russell testing, new low, watching to see if that's leading. Out 2 here into our wick low from our 120, 140 area. Looking for 75, 62. But understanding that there is liquidity to be found here into our low at 90s. I'm out one more because I'm a baby. 130 average, break even.
US Treasury 10-year yields hitting a fresh 4-week high here, last up around 6.9 basis points at 4.454%.
There is a buyer attempting into the 75 low. We'll see if they can actually build here or if they're going to get taken off sides. Pretty decent buying down there.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, see the start of the FOMC press conference with Chair Powell following the US interest rate decision.
Plus, I added delta bubbles to the 5-minute footprint. It is pretty helpful. Yeah, just an indicator. Sethmo delta bubbles, I believe. Large delta bubbles. I probably won't take another trade until JPO starts speaking. Mean reversion target is 201 above us, 201. We're just back at our offer here, watching to see if they absorb again or if we flip bid. Pretty convincing buyer into the lows there, into 75s, that 80 area. Just waiting now to see if we can hold as we rotate back up into our highs here, retesting ADR. What's JPOW's tie color going to be? Tatum always gets this right. What are our guesses? Purple with polka dots? Blue? At Tatum. Stripes red. All right. Expect liquidity to pull away again as we get closer to JPOW starting to talk, and then another period of volatility. So far, holding our pivot very nicely, but don't expect this to really maintain until we see JPOW start talking.
5 minutes time
Please.
out at the bottom of the hour. Get the FOMC press conference with their chair Powell. Live video to watch this is on the feed for those interested.
Don't put too much weight on current price action. Yeah, I just have default bubble settings on. So like you can see two have appeared so far on at least like the 15-second. 5-minute as well. Same ones actually have appeared on both the 5 and 15-second. Yeah, perfect. And then like look, you can see like the same stuff is appearing on the 5. I'll show my chart. Right? Same thing. Again, I want to reiterate, I am flat. I closed into our low as soon as I saw that bubble pop and that buyer step in. I am just waiting now to see if our pivot will hold, if this buyer at this 120, 140 area is going to be able to maintain, or if it's going to flip offer again, with all of these buyers being offsides above our break of structure. I am unsure, and because I am unsure, I do not have a position. Oh my god. That scared the crap out of me. What is this music on this live stream? Yeah, the CNBC live stream went from muted to blasting elevator music, and I had it at 300% volume. That was terrifying. Again, this area of interest, like I said, it does not matter when all liquidity drops into JPOW. Like, it just does not matter. We gotta wait for liquidity to come back in for this to be relevant. Sellers just pushed immediately right back through it. Like, those buyers didn't even exist. Just give it a minute to settle down, JPOW to start talking, and then we'll go again.
So we're shortly expecting the start of the FOMC press conference with Chair Powell. Again, the live video to watch this is on the feed for those interested.
They gotta turn this music off. What is this? Yeah, we probably wick into 60s, I would assume. We take out low. And then we look to see how our reaction is from there. They're just taking advantage of this. It was probably playable, but hell no. I'm not touching it. You crazy. You first, Kiz. Just let this thing free fall until JPOW gets on. I expect these guys at 60 to go off sides, and then pop back over. What's his tie color? Wait, it says playback speed.
Fed's Powell says we're squarely focused on two goals. Economy is strong.
Hello? He hasn't started talking for me.
Fed's Powell says the labour market remains solid and inflation much closer to the 2% goal.
Okay, I'm expecting these guys at 60s to be offsides, all these sellers. We're watching to see our reoffer here into 66, 60 to 75.
Powell says the labour market has cooled from an overheated state.
Purple tie with dots. I win. GG.
Fed's Powell says economic activity has expanded at a solid pace. Consumer spending is resilient, investment in equipment has strengthened. says housing activity has been weak though. Powell says improving supply has supported strong US economic performance.
Your first risk off is as we push into this 120, guys. If you are playing on the recovery of 60, 75, it has to be this 120. Offer sitting at 140 above this, but just I don't know how quick of a liquidity grab it'll be if 120 doesn't want to go supportive.
Powell says wage growth has eased. Powell adding the labour market is not a source of inflation pressures.
God, we're so behind on the stream. What the
Powell
hell?
says total PCE probably rose 2.1%. Says 2.5% in the 12 months ending in November. Powell says core PCE probably rose 2.8% in November. Inflation expectations remain well anchored.
All right, this stream is useless. Like, I actually just have to use the bot. Stream's behind like 3 minutes.
Powell says risks to achieving goals roughly in balance. Powell says today we lowered the range and we have been moving toward a more neutral setting.
That was a bold vape hit from him.
Powell says policy stance is now significantly less restrictive. Says we can be more cautious going forward. So that's Powell saying can be more cautious in reducing rates. And Powell adds reducing policy restraint too slowly could unduly weaken the economy and employment though.
These are the days where I wish Tradeovate had a better uh, DOM tracker to keep
Powell
things
says we're back
centered.
on a preset course.
Must be nice. Offer still sitting here at this 120, 140. I don't know if it's going to hold, honestly. I really don't know. It's holding so far.
Powell says policymaker projections for the policy rate are higher for next year, consistent with higher inflation.
We lose 60s, then I think trend continuation down is pretty likely. This 120, 140 is still viable for shorts, but I really want to see these guys get punished. Maybe I'm too biased here.
Powell says we can dial back policy restraint more slowly if inflation is not moving sustainably toward 2%.
Oh my god, all liquidity just dropped.
Powell adds policy is well positioned to deal with risks. keep in mind the Q&A section of the press conference from Powell does now start.
Gone, buddy. Gone. We know we've got a buyer at 60s. We know we have a seller at 120. It's just waiting for a break at this area. I don't think the buyer here at 60s is going to be able to hold.
Powell says today was a closer call. So Powell there saying today...
Voice news disconnected.
Hello? Russell leading this movement down so far. It has put in a new low.
Constant.
Oh, there he's back. ES and NQ maintaining a higher low, slightly. Just keeping an eye on the 60 to 75
The
area.
inflation story as broadly on track.
I am flat. I am waiting for this to finish.
Powell says housing services are steadily coming down. So again, that's Powell saying housing services steadily coming down. Powell says the mention of extent and timing language in the statement shows that we are at or near the point of slowing rate cuts. Powell says risks and uncertainty around inflation we see as higher. Powell says we believe policy is still meaningfully restrictive.
Okay.
Powell says we think the economy the economy is in a real good place and policy too. So again, Powell saying we think the economy in a real good place and policy too.
I'm just waiting for this area to finish. This 60 to 80 area is either going to become a really strong catalyst for another downside
Powell says
leg with buyers off sides,
rate cut path is stronger economic growth and lower unemployment.
or we get a very good look back over like 140 and then can take off. I personally just don't have
Powell
a
says also
good enough
Fed's,
read
rate cutting
for
path
me
is higher
to feel
inflation
comfortable
risk and
trading it
inflation.
yet. If 60 to 80 holds though, offer, our next area of liquidity is down here into 960. Again, I'm not touching it until I see something that I'm confident in. Russell new low, just keep that in mind.
Powell says some people did take a very preliminary step and incorporated conditional effects of coming policies in their projections.
Oh yeah, it is going crazy. New 15s opening in 15 seconds. We are holding our 60 to 75 area offer as of right now. The size from sellers on ES in this low is nuts. That 75-80 area. Holy.
Powell says November inflation back on track after higher readings. Higher inflation is probably the biggest factor for the new projections. Excuse me. Says we want to see progress on inflation as we think about further rate cuts.
If you had the balls to short the 60, I think you take profit into 90, first PT, 60s, second PT. This is first PT as we push down into 90.
So the S&P 500 extending losses as Powell speaks here. The S&P last down around 0.9%, closing 1% now.
And again, we've got liquidity at 60s.
Powell says the committee is
Offer
discussing ways in which tariffs can drive inflation. We've done a good bit of work on that.
sitting at 2,000. This is our next pocket of liquidity here, 60s. Like I said, we're watching to see now buy side reaction. Russell still has room if we're going down to that 97.6 VPOC, as long as that downtrend is persisting. This just looks like a bit of a relief bounce here from our buy side liquidity. Just keep an eye on our retest into 2000 on NQ, where that offer is sitting. 90 to 000. This area.
Powell comments that it's premature to make any conclusions on the impact of tariffs. We don't know what countries, what size, or how long.
The 60 short was good. I should have taken it. Just didn't feel. I didn't feel it. Everything about it made sense. It's just a little too violent for me.
Euro falling 1.1% to around 1.0376 per dollar, as Powell comments on the Fed's path.
Yeah, you should be able to test into 30.45 here. This is your risk off if you're long. And then I think we get a retest of 2000 flat, I would guess, if we don't see a extraordinary lift over 45s instantly. There's your pullback from 33, our offer that's sitting there. It's just the sell side liquidity on footprint. You can easily see that. Now looking into our potential bid area here at our 2000 on the pullback we just talked about.
Coming down to 2.5% next year, as in the projections, would be significant progress.
Immediate bid off of our 2000 flat. Now watching to see if we get anything secondary or if that's all we get from that little popping. Huge, massive upbid. I'm out one there from our hold of our 2000s into our 30 to 45. And I will wait for our next leg. I hopefully, like, this is showing you that this is still, like, readable. Like, we're able to find our zones very clearly. It's just everywhere else you don't want to touch it. Just want to be playing our edges. Once we've established a known buyer and a known seller. I always lose my voice on FOMC day. Jesus. Oh. I'm really keeping my eye on this RTY 13 EMA here. I like the higher lows that we're putting in with our low into that liquidity into 60s. I'm watching to see if we can break this downtrend or if this is just going to result in a consolidation and then another leg down into our VPOC. if this can't pierce, right, if we can't see this break of this downtrend and consolidation to the upside, I just don't see a viable opportunity for expansion yet on NQ or ES. Just doesn't make sense to me. Expect like one good test in these zones,
now as well.
and then new liquidity stepping in and it not really mattering all that much. So like this push through, it is what it is, right? We're looking at initial bids, initial reactions, initial offer. Everything else is just like, okay, either liquidity's still there or it's not. And it was not on the second move. We'll see if the offer is now holding this this 2000 as sell side now that it's flipped. If it's flipped, then we'll be looking for a look below 60s, new low on NQ. Again, just keeping an eye on Russell to see if this is going to make a new low or not. ES is leading this move down now, not Russell.
Powell says no reason to think a downturn is any more likely than usual.
I hate to be this guy, but I will be right back.
Powell says housing inflation has come down steadily.
All right, my bad.
Powell says goods inflation has returned to pre-pandemic range overall.
So hold of our offer flip at 2000 and new low on NQ, just like we talked about. Russell also unable to break that 13 EMA and broke downside. Watching that reaction as we push into 97.6 on RTY to let us know if we're going to get anything more. Target on ES is 42.25, taking out these VPOCs on both.
3 and 5-year yields.
Watching our VPOC reactions here, guys. 42.25, really great area to look to risk off a little or move stops down at least if you are in shorts. Same thing with RTY here as we are on our VPOC.
Powell says, I don't think that non-market services have much to say about tightness.
Sucks I missed that trade, but I had to pee. So it is what it is.
Powell says, I am confident we're on a path to 2% inflation, but it might take another year or two to get to there from here.
Immediate reactions off of our VPOC tests on ES and Russell. Bit of relief, but nothing that's confirmed a low. Just a good area for a target for your next risk off, right? That's all it was. Trend is continuing as of thus far. Just watching to see how ES and RTY react here.
Powell says the labour market is not cooling in a way that raises concerns.
I don't think we fill gap. I don't know. We'll see. I think gap maintains.
Powell says we have to weigh softer labour market against sideways inflation.
You're talking about lower gap, right?
Powell says we are in a new phase in the process.
It's gonna take me a second to get back into trade mindset. Gotta watch price for a little bit now that I've walked away from my screen during this.
US rate futures now imply just 37 basis points of cuts in 2025, down from 49 basis points immediately after the Fed statement.
What is it? I can check for you in a second. Good offer there into 86.90.
Powell says we still have some work to do on inflation. We need policy to remain restrictive to get the work done.
I am using this mic. This is our gap. I'm kind of thinking that this is a bid, to be honest, but we'll see. I don't know with futures, maybe options. It might be a viable dip to be bought with options, like a week out. It's a little early. Futures is a little scary. Yeah, where's Braxton?
Powell says we think our policy is working and having the effects that we want.
This gap fill would be nuts. I'll watch our 40 edge, see if it offers. If it does, then we can probably play it continue playing it down. I'm just really worried that this is going to be seen as buy side value and liquidity is going to be bought here and none of the action that happens in this range matters and then it's just going to get bought and then we gap up overnight. That's my biggest concern right now for sellers, is that this is going to be seen as like deep value and then overnight session we retrace this entire thing.
So Powell, when asked about a Bitcoin reserve, says we're not allowed to own Bitcoin and not looking for a law change.
Yeah, there's the contract gap as well. I think that maintains. Yeah, good trade. And I think closing into this 85.90 900 makes a lot of sense as your first risk off. If we can build above, then that's their first signs of a potential break of downtrend. Just retesting our 42s on ES as well and our 97.6 on Russell. Need to show pretty significant interest over 80s for this to bid, but if it does, then a rotation back up to 92, 920 makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Cable falls 1% to session lows of around 1.2582 as Powell speaks now. Powell says that wages are at a healthy and ever more sustainable level.
When does Powell stop yapping? We're almost done. Good job, Dan. Nice job, kids. Let's go. Yeah, again, these could be your best days or they can be your worst days. It's really just like how greedy are you going to be, you know? This is one of those days where if you can really follow like the principle of take what you can get and get out and then be patient and try again, right? Just it can be super fruitful, or the opposite, where like overall trend just holding can be really positive if scalping isn't your thing. I personally really enjoy scalping, but like there's no reason not to hold in trend if that's something that you're more comfortable doing, right? Like we know what invalidation of a trend down looks like or a trend up, right? Break of structure, look above, hold.
Powell says people are feeling the effects of high prices, not high inflation. US Treasury 10-year yield on track for the largest daily gain since November 12th now.
SPX levels? I don't look at SPX, Robert, but we can take a look. Do not trade SPX though.
Powell says I expect another very good year next year.
Overall structure, I'm watching for something like this. Keep an eye on 4850 for SPX. We'll watch to see if buy side's able to hold that, or if we're going to need to do the full rotation. What I think is likely going to happen if we see any sort of buying into this low is that we need to retest this offer that's here, and then we do a full rotation down into 916 area. That'd be my guess. This definitely doesn't need to hold, and we can just immediately go down into like this 917, 916. But you're now inside a previous area of balance. So
daily gain at 10
I'm curious to see how we interact here into this low.
more than 2 months.
If this doesn't hold, then I expect this rotation to need to occur. Basically, is what I'm saying. So really keeping an eye as we push down. Yeah, I think if we don't find a bid here, it definitely can. My personal belief is that this is probably a buyable dip on NQ in this area. Do I think that for short-term scalping it's going to be a viable dip? Probably not. I think that this is probably going to be pretty choppy as buyers like accumulate here, and then overnight we'll probably go back up. That's my current idea. I mean, that can really change in the next hour, especially if this starts to hold as resistance like it is right now at R41. If this edge wants to hold as resistance, then we're going to be watching just our halfway back of this gap as our first target into 767 here if 41 wants to hold. That from there we can then come in, retest, and then rotate through, look for liquidity down here, and then pop back up. Just kind of keep an eye on this. I think this is a very dangerous area to try to trade. I'm personally just waiting now for some sort of shift before I take anything. We've had some really nice scalps already. Let's not ruin it trying to be greedy looking for more until we either see a very clear right side of V or a continuation down setup. I think if you were trading off of our ES area of our offer, this is a really great trade down into 15s, 16s. But this should be a risk off for that trade on ES. Same thing with our Russell pivot. These have been holding very nicely. I think NQ is just a bit more wild in this area. I don't have a great approach. There's definitely a seller at 808 now that we can identify, or a buyer who's offsides. Just kind of keeping an eye on that market. Watching our retest now into 808.
Powell says geopolitical turmoil remains a risk.
He's still talking. That's crazy. We're at our first target here on SPX.
Months of inflation prints.
We'll see if a bid steps in to hold this upper balance, or if we're going to need to rotate below. Like if this area doesn't show a pretty clear bid, watching for this kind of offer and then rotate down one more leg makes a lot of sense to me. $6K retest. 6K might be a little high, but yeah, somewhere in there would be where you would look for a reoffer if this does bid. Just as we approach into that, yeah. Very nice flip at 808s, back up to our resistance here. With the SPX level as well, very solid.
There is high uncertainty projecting the economy 3 years ahead. So again, we're also noting Bitcoin down for spot at 7%, just above 101,000 here, after the Fed chairman said that the central bank is not allowed to own Bitcoin and not looking for a law change.
You see how immediate that reaction was there on SPX. Now this is our first real area of offer. As we push into 64, 65, watch to see how we interact here at our halfway back. This is our most recent seller. We can see them here on this wick.
Powell says we won't settle for above 2% inflation.
Well, you kind of just missed your long opportunity, in my opinion. I gave you where we would bounce if we were going to bounce. So now it feels a little weird because the initial moves happened. But if you're looking for that rotation up, I wouldn't put too much size on it. Watch to see how we interact. We're still in an overall downtrend. I can't tell you what you should do. I can just give you what I see.
Hikes not appear to be a likely outcome this year. So again, rate hike does not appear to be a likely outcome next year. And Fed's Powell now ends the press conference.
I cannot tell you what you should do. That is not legal.
US Treasury 5-year yield hits the highest since early July, last up 13.5 basis points at 4.384%.
Nah, I told you, like, this can just chop here for the rest of the day, and then we make the rest of the move over Globex. I have no, like, bias here. I just know what the potential is. The path of least resistance is down, right? But there's definitely an argument to be made that buyers accumulate here and see this as deep value, and then just pop this thing back up, retracing this move. Which is why it's like we've already caught like 5 trades in this trend. Do I really need to now try to play another while we're consolidating? The 808 flip was a good catch and definitely a good trade, but now it's just a matter of how we build out this area now that JPO's done talking. Yeah, once you get like this kind of volatility, yep. Another really great rejection of our Russell zone of control that we've got above us. ES just chopping between our 42 and our 15. Watching to see if NQ flips here below our pivot, following pathing or not. Really nice free offer of 808 as resistance for this rotation down. I think this is a good target. We need to see a very clear seller below this.
Index extending losses to fresh session lows, last down 2.3%.
Oh, I'm so tired. Russell new low, keeping an eye on that for a leading signal to the downside. If you're looking for like a gap up, buy at close. You have 15 minutes after the session closes to buy options on SPY, QQQ, IWM, etc. So you might as well do it after they eat more premium for the next 30 minutes. Holy crap. Gosh, man. 50 seconds until new 15s. Our only viable area of liquidity is this like 800 area that I see personally. 795, 808. We've got my pivot that I drew at 767 holding as resistance now. And we're looking for this down leg into 690, ideally, for the gap fill. Other than that, not really much here. Again, just allowing this area to play. I do not need to participate in every rotation. This is your full rotation from our rejection of 767 and then push down into target here into 690. Move stops down, please. Understand that we have now filled gap. We've got a VPOC at 650 below us we can aim for if we see some resistance here. But I do expect some buy side into this low. Really nice rejection of 690. Now pushing into target here at 650. I think you can just move stops down. I don't think that this is going to be an insanely reactive level. I'm targeting 620 below this. We don't see any like really crazy buying happening here at 650. That's target for me. Now just watching an eye on our downtrend, seeing if that'll stay intact. Reoffers have been very solid for this trend down into close. Yeah, I mean, I think if you're going to try along, doing so at close and not an hour before is good. So if you were going to do it, I would size small and give yourself a little bit of time. But like the structure has been cleaned up now, so that's a very good sign. We're at our next target that we talked about. So this is that drop below, and I'll look under on SPX into our secondary target. Now it's just a matter of, can we find bids, or are we going to rotate this lower balance? And if that's the case, we have a lot more room down, right? So we can do a fixed range here and actually mark this out pretty easily, letting us know where we're going to head. This is our next area of interest. Buy side's either found here, or we rotate through, and then we go down to 860 on SPX. So this is, again, our area of interest where we start to see if our bid is still active from this lower auction that took place. Either bid is found in this upper distribution from our POC to value high on a recovery and then continuation up, or this will go offer and then we'll see a rotation down into 860 as we push into close. Here, I can actually draw this out a bit better for you so it's not so skewed. We're looking for a very serious bid to show its hand here into this in this region, and then show a very clear closing candle back above value, and then the ability to build here, and then we can rotate back up into our offer. If this doesn't hold, we're going to be looking for a very clear close below and an offer of this area for a rotation down into 860, just rotating through this previous balance. This is kind of the look into close. Again, in super strong trend, it's just going to be a reoffer and then a continuation down until we see a buyer step in and show an offside seller. Trend is just going to persist. There's no reason to do anything other than that or look for anything other than that until we see something different. We've got some decent liquidity at what, 577, 560? Minute left on this candle. Seller at 34, buyer at 60, 460. Watching to see our reactions here. I think if we can get over this this seller at 34, we rotate up to 82 pretty quickly. But if offer is able to hold here, we're just looking for a step down below 60s and then very clear shift. 40 seconds until new 15s, last 15 minute of the day, 5 minutes until final MOC. After that. Russell new low, ES new low. New 15s opening now. Liquidity is drying up on NQ. Please be careful. There's like a 10-point spread right now. Please be careful. Yeah, it's insane, Julian. Fixing all of this poor structure, though, which is good. Bro, it is good. 900 is good. You can't predict that we're going to drop 900 points. You did. You played today well. Braxton's hedge is up almost, what is this? Like 100%? It's doubled. His 600, 590 put spread. Very good hedge. Pushing into our 82s now. This is where I would be looking to move stops up as we approach this liquidity above us. Buyer so far that we identified at 60s is showing they're decently serious, but we got to get over this pivot here for anything meaningful. 1 minute until final MOC, guys. Expect volatility. You're already seeing liquidity on Dom. Just leave.
So we're looking now to the market on close imbalance. The S&P 500 to sell side of 2.4 billion, Nasdaq 100 a sell side of 920 million, a Dow 30 a sell side of 540 million, and the Mag 7 stocks are a sell side of 470 million.
It's a pretty decently sized seller at 980 that we need to worry about on ES. Keep an eye on that. We have a buyer attempting at this 580, 600 on NQ. Looks like they're looking for a rotation up to 700 would be my guess. Understand that we have 7.5 minutes left on the day. The spread is so gross into close. Holy shit. Untradeable. Is it bad on sim? Like, is it tradable? It's not. I wouldn't touch this with if you had a gun to my head. It's like a 7-point spread on NQ right now. Spread on the Dom between the bid and the ask. I'm good with the movement. I just can't deal with illiquid market. Like that's where it's just like, okay, like I could be right and still be wrong just because I entered and then it hit my stop. Like the spread is just too big, too wide. It's untradeable. I'm just not willing to put on 40 points of risk. Movement earlier was fine for me, but this, no. when there's only like 1 or 2 contracts being traded at each price level, and there's still like a spread between bid and ask of like 5 to 6 points. So you're just asking to get rid of all of your gains on the day. Here's our rotation up into 700s off of that bid we talked about. I see the trade. Again, I'm not trading it because I am not stupid.
Trump tells Fox News that he is totally against the proposed continuing resolution spending bill.
Bro said thanks, Sig. Like I didn't tell you exactly where to take profit on that long. It's funny. You said my mic was crisp and then you still decided not to listen. That's crazy, Cash. Boy. Tomorrow should be interesting. I'm curious to see what our Globex move looks like. But regardless, we've got decent structure above and below that we can trade into. Should be fun. Hopefully what doesn't happen is that the full move is done in Globex, and then tomorrow is just sideways balance after the Globex move. That's what I'm concerned about right now. It's very possible. I hate to put that into existence, but we gotta. We all know the potential is there. Yeah, it's been a minute. I am so excited to not look at my screen anymore today. And I cannot tell you how excited I am to immediately turn off my computer after this and go read a book. Uh, make some tea, make sure my voice is back by tomorrow. Decompress. You guys like actually got a full day. I was here at open. Yikes. Days like this are so exhausting, man. I don't think it's trade evade, man. I think the spread is just wide. Like I really like this is not tradable, bro. Like the spread is not good. If you're trying to trade this and you see this, to me, you're crazy. There's like one contract on each price level. Like you're not getting your fill. What's the issue? It's just no liquidity. No one wants to trade this shit. Yeah, no problem, Danny. Congrats on passing your PA today. Like I don't want to be mean, but like if you look at the Dom right now and you think that that's tradable, like you probably shouldn't pass your evaluation. Like I'm not trying to be a dick, but like like if you're like this looks good, like you're just not ready. Like I can't even. I'm trying to screenshot for you, Julian, and I can't because the DOM's moving so quickly that it's off my screen by the time that I scroll back to it. It's so bad. Hell no. Oh yeah, here. Sauce took a picture. Like, what are you doing with this? Where are you getting filled? Where are you getting filled here? You're immediately wrong as soon as you enter this trade. No matter which side, you're already off. And then good luck getting out with single contracts at price points. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, exactly. Well, again, you have 15 minutes to open options on SPY, QQQ, IWM after close. So watch to see what our reaction is and look to see what happens. There's no reason buying options early in the last hour of the day when you have 15 minutes after to play it after they've destroyed premiums, right? Like just allow it to do its thing. And if you think that there's potential for a long overnight, now's your chance, right? Other than that, just chill. We'll have more opportunities tomorrow. Don't, if it's a gamba, right? You don't take all of your winnings from the day, from all of the good trades we have, and give them back for a gamba. Size small. If we're right, it'll be awesome. If we're wrong, it won't matter. You're still profitable, you know? If you're profitable on FOMC today, you did well. You don't have to have caught the entire move, but like I'm telling you, like if you can start to, I think most of you, again, we talked about this earlier. I'm only going to talk for like 5 minutes, and then I'm leaving. But you have so much opportunity before Powell gets on to make money in balance. If you can learn how to trade FOMC, pre-FOMC balance, that is your bread and butter, how to make money, and then shut it off. Don't look at FOMC, the volatility afterwards. Just trade the balance, make your money, leave. You do not need to trade these crazy moves. These moves are more likely to destroy you and blow up your eval than give you a successful trade that passes your eval. This is not systematic. Trading the balance before is systematic and is going to give you solid results. That's going to put you in a position that when you then get past your eval is going to then continue to make money, right? You're trading setups. Whereas if you pass your eval taking a crazy short or long because of this volatility, you're going to get your eval and then you're going to blow it up the next day because you're in a terrible mindset. I'm just telling you now, like anyone who passes evals off of FOMC day, they're blowing up their account 2 days later. If they didn't trade the balance, like There's a reason why these prop firms have a set percentage you can have in a day for gains before they want more days from you. Like getting lucky in the right direction on FOMC is just not the move for actual sustainability. All right, that's my little end of day rant. I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good night, and yeah, I'll see you all bright and early tomorrow. We haven't really touched indicators. They're pretty solid as is. I've been thinking on some new stuff, but we haven't implemented anything. PVZ is still just doing its thing. I've been super busy, so I haven't had a lot of time. All right, I gotta go. I'll be on tomorrow. Have a good night.